dear viewers, you have the following problem. If I run, if I run tiny w++ in the debugger, well, if I don't run it in debugger also, run, then and then press Alt-ESC. An assert happens. Assertion failed. What you have to do, we have to do a few ups in order to reach actual assert. Which then let me do this first. Yep. Which happens because this list here contains a previous and next pointer that point to the same element, but not to the list itself. I guess the list itself would be this, which is different, meaning that it is not empty, and we have one element. And we're trying to destroy this thing, so yeah, you're not allowed to destroy something that has a list that has still one element in it. And I can guess the reason. It's not my code, it's W. So W, Wayland or Wayland Roots, I don't know. But, okay, I guess, so the reason is that normally the one that adds an element to a list is responsible for deleting it, and you always have to delete it before destructing the list to show that you know what you're doing. And if you destroy the list before it is empty, then that means that there is a possibility that someone is still going to try to delete that element, that last element. And that wouldn't work after the list is destroyed, so it's better to assert. You could also say it's not necessary to delete your element, you just destroy the list. But this is C code, so yeah, that's kind of hard to know then that it is already destructed. So either you don't delete the element at all, or you do delete it, which sounds better, and then it just has to be deleted before you destruct it. So I would say this is the result of trying to destroy this thing here before deleting that last element. And how can we understand where the WL list remove is missing? I think the only way we can hope to understand that is by finding where, who, when that last element was added. So something is adding something to this list. Now it would be nice to know where the list is created then. Yes. I think that happens with create list or something. Let's try to find that. Wrong guess. Well, we have to know that, so let's try to find out. There is something I do know that exists, namely in frame 6. List empty. Seriously. But it's probably defined in the same here, so why not go for that? Well, it's being used a lot, but where is it defined? Hello, user. Oh, it looks like it's declared here. You think? Maybe. Let's look at that. Totally declared here. So maybe it's defined also without anything in front of it, not even an int. We can grab for the thing at the start, and then we find that that is the definition, the declaration. Now this is probably the definition. Yeah, this is in the Wayland util.c. Now I could recompile this library, or we can just put a breakpoint on it and then see when do we get here for that specific value memory pointer, and then hope that it is reproducible, of course. So let's just begin with seeing if it is reproducible, right? So I run this again, or let's say the list, right? Where's my list? This was the list here. I'll run it again. Press Alt-ESC up till the assert, and then print it again. Now look about that. What is that the same, or is it not the same? Yeah, it is unfortunately not the same. Okay, that sucks. I don't know. Let's try it again. That's the same. Let's try it one more time. Let me highlight this so we can easier recognize it. I did not highlight it. Control F, click, yes, run, Alt-ESC, up. It's totally reproducing 3 times in a row. So now we can try to put a breakpoint where this list is created, which was I did that in this window. Damn it. Try to find it again. There was something at the beginning which was called WL list, and then create, add, I forgot. Init probably. Yeah. Or we can go straight for the insert. I don't think there's more than one element inserted. Forgot to put we starting at the beginning of the line, and then we find that it is defined here. Yes, okay, so I'm going to put a breakpoint here. And then let's start from the beginning. And now the list must be equal to what we highlight here. Hopefully that it still reproduced. Condition 1, list equals the highlighted pointer. Continue. Well, there it is. But is that the one? Continue. Alt-Escape. Up, 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 up. Print the list. Still reproduced. So that was the one. Interesting. Let's just run it again. I'm gonna believe that this is the one now. So here we have an insert in that list. Did not happen again. So this is the only element that is being inserted into this list, and it's never removed before destruction. So that is very interesting. Where are we now, and who is inserting it? WL signal add. That's in my function, I think. No, it's not. Well, now it is. So this thing is adding something to a list. Well, it's calling that, which adds something to a list. Still not entirely my code, because it happens in WL signal add. Let's try to find out who should be deleting it. If it is added here, well, this is probably the init, right? And then we have an add signal, so we must totally have a remove signal somewhere. Emit, post, queue. Okay, I don't know. How was it called? Does it destroy here? No. I just have to look for the WL list again. Destroy listener. Could be not defined in this header, but in the .c file. I think we are around. What is the opposite of insert, damn it? Remove? What does not exist? Well, that's correct. There should be .git here. What does it think that... Did I rename it after installing this package? Maybe. Let's add a symlink. Yeah, totally remove. So we're looking for a remove for this list in this file, or If you need to remove a listener from a signal, use wlist remove. Blah blah dot link. So apparently you have to do this manually. There isn't even a signal remove. Let's see if I believe that by going to the .c file anyway. So we need something that is declared, like here, but not defined. So now I'm in the .c file, and then we look for that again, and there is a cursor.link remove. Loads of removes here, but it's a single emit mutable. Yeah. Yeah, I see. To remove a listener call, blah blah, on its link member. So another emit, finally emit, destroy. That would do it. Or not. That's a client link. Unbind resource. It's a resource. Hello, Cypher. I think it's a bit vague, but yeah. To remove a listener call, I think that's what we have to do. To just manually call this. And that would be part of removing the last listener of my callback, I think. And why are we adding this stuff in the first place, right? Here it is inserted. Why? Because we call this, we do that because you add a callback to that signal. So by the time we are completely done with this callback, completely done, which I guess would mean that we're completely done with the current object, which is WL listener. Then we have to manually remove this thing by calling WL list remove. Okay, so I'm gonna go to it should have been done there now. It should have happened. Should have happened. This is exactly what you need to do. So was this listener not yet destroyed? We need debug outputs. Debug output at the start of this function and at the start of this function. And then we can see that the function that the constructor that added this did not call the destructor yet. Is that an idea? And this is there. Create the out entering DC notice listener type info of event type dot demangle name. Why is it not highlighted? Seriously. Still not highlighted. Probably because I don't include the libcwd sources in my ctags. Kind of makes sense. So apparently the list here is this, because you do a signal add on, well, no, it's not. Do a signal add on a signal pointer, then the list is it that? No. Well, previous points back to the list itself. I guess the list is this. If the list is empty, yeah, that is. Adding a listener. Two, and then we print the list, which is everything goes by pointer. Yep. I need this pointer of this thing, which I will just print between square brackets. And then we print the same thing with a destructor. Quote. Yep. Oh wait, that's not useful. Unless you print also this pointer. What cannot cause from struct W list to a pointer. So the list is a list. Well, we want to print the list as a pointer, so there. Let's run it again. Press Alt Escape. And get up. And then print the lists. Not highlighted anymore. I'm gonna run it again. Hopefully that is get it highlighted again. At the very least, last time that was needed as well to get it to reproduce the pointer. Nope. Okay, this is our new highlight. And that is the list, so that should have been printed somewhere. It is printed here. But not, actually it is, that's just new. Yeah, these two are both new, the new output, new debug output. So while registering the event cursor motion, we are initializing that list, and then we are adding this thing to that list, and this happens in a listener with this pointer. So if I highlight that, and then we scroll down, and then we see probably the structure is never called. So I think that we can safely say that the problem is that we call this before we destroy the listener object. And well, this listener object. So where does that listener hide? Let's look for the realize stuff. Create just look for the realize stuff. Go there. Rather, did I realize was called or not? No, this is where the listener is being made. So we make a listener on the heap with a unique pointer which is stored in listeners. Thus, it will be destroyed as soon as we destroy listeners, which means that we have to destroy events container. Oh, right. Yeah, if that is a base class, then of course it's not being destructed before we do the destructor of the derived class. So that is the problem then. So this base class needs a function to explicitly pre-destroy everything it has allocated, as in listeners. Could be protected. Do we have a convention for that? Some function name that is called right before it is destructed? Something like about to be destructed, or let's just call it destroy listeners. It's a bit lame, but so now everyone that is derived from this base class must call destroy listeners before destroying other stuff. I think it already calls cancel events though. Kind of belongs to that. Now let's search for that. Oh boy, I forgot to. No, I did not. Yeah, these things are generated. Highly annoying. Okay, we had a problem with the cursor. So let's just go here. Okay, confused. This thing doesn't not even have a destructor. That was not the one then. Where exactly did the problem occur? Here. Oh, destroying that thing. Okay. Like what? Edit that file. This destructor. Cancel events. I guess that cancel event should remove all the destructors. Sorry. Remove all the listeners. No, and it didn't. So, not good. This from the destructor, the most derived class, cancel events. And what class are we in now? Event client. But. No. The realize is called from here indeed. So register event calls realize, which adds stuff. And that stuff must be destroyed. So am I confused or am I confused? The events container. Realize is on the events container, which is something else. Nah, belongs more to the one that calls register event, I think. The register event, which is pretty much this one. Loads of places. I'm afraid you have to call some function on all of those objects from cancel events, then can that not be automated? Yeah, okay. So the callback past the regular event is called on client. This is the callback of this client, or the client is actually this object. Therefore, the callback is on event client, which makes sense. But register event is also called, well, like this, where this pointer is then being used. And it kind of seems to be then the same object as that owns this object, which is derived from events container. Now, right now, theoretically, you could still put something in front of register event, which would be a different object than of course, the current object. And then you would call back that on that object instead of on the current object. But you have to store the fact that there is a register event called using the WLR backend. Yeah. So if that fact would be stored in the object on which register event is being called, which is then an event client, then maybe we have more than one event client, not just the current object where this is now called from, but also another object that I would call the register event on. And then on that object, on those objects, in this case only the current object, I would have to call something that is that tells us that we're going to destroy this stuff, which in this case is only the current event, and sorry, the current object, aka actually all the event clients still that are involved. Now, it seems a bit far-fetched though, but this is a member function of an event client. So why not store this thing inside the event client? I think that's what I'm going to do. So this thing being something derived from event container, events container. And then we call register events, which is member function of event client. And then they want to store that. So I could also store those as in a standard vector. Now either I want to store pointers to the events container, or maybe also some function to do the cancellation here, but well, Yeah, it's like a set-like vector. I could of course use a set, but I want to use a vector. Surely I have that somewhere. So use a vector for something that is basically a set. Where do I have that? Well, if I have it, it should be somewhere in utils, I think. Can't remember it though. I have a DQ vector, but that's not what I want. It's just not there, is it? I mean, if it if it would be there, then it would be something with vector in it. It's not there. Find even not for value type. Guess this one. But I don't have a policy. This one. First last value. Since C++, this one. Yeah. Well, this demands, of course, that these things are never moved in memory. So who is calling retro events, and is that indeed with objects that are never moved? Well, they are being called with members of the current object. By the time the current object is being destroyed, and we are no longer using it, so that would be okay then. But that goes wrong if the current object is not being destroyed but just moved, because then these things are also moved. So we have to disallow moving this object now. Otherwise I can't store it as a pointer. I'm not sure if that is a problem, but I doubt that it is a problem. So let's just disallow moving. Sure. What is this? That did not improve the error very much. Hello, Heisers. What's wrong with this? Looks like there is a pointer too much, but that static class is not complaining, so I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Let's implement the standard find if ourselves just to get a better error. Yeah, what the fuck? Apparently I don't understand standard find if. returns an iterator. We run from first till last and we look for value type. What the hell, man? What do you mean, Maya? Can't. Yes, you're the only one. Turn up the volume. Well, you can ask, does anyone else think that my voice is just really way too soft and I should turn up the volume? I wouldn't even know how to do that. Would have to put something in between here because this thing is already at 0 dB. I can't increase that. I could, yeah, I can turn up the hardware here, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try. Testing. Where's the thing? I need a flashlight, or I could turn on the lights, of course. Why do I not have a flashlight in reach? Totally should have that. I need a flashlight to find my flashlight. Okay, I'm gonna get up. Turn on the lights. Oh. I hate that sound. I don't hear it if my headphones are on. Yeah, now I have to fold my just dried cloth. Standard find, maybe. To visual how that works. I think it's just standard find. Of course it's just standard find. I was blind. The bloody web page is even about that. Okay, so I turn this up, where is it? Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, that's an output. This one, test, 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 test. Also already maximum volume. There's a maximum volume in. I still have something left here. Test, 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 which is also doing absolutely nothing. Nope. Everything is at the maximum. Except my voice. I can start screaming. I could talk out really loud if you want to. Let's not do that. My neighbors might wake up. Well, maybe it is a little bit louder than now, or not. Even if I talk like this, it's in the red now. Red. Testing 1, 2. Yeah. I think I turned it up. Remember all blah. Okay. Yeah. I don't understand this. Maybe it is just standard find. Isn't it? Like, as in, like, find, not find if. I'm such a complete idiot. Right, so then we can do the and we don't crash anymore. Very good. The assert has been solved, but still not exiting. Why are we not exiting? This is an entirely different problem. Totally cannot be any louder. It's really red. Okay. No, I meant no threads. It's one thread left. And that thread is doing what? Oh, that's deep. It's a mutex. It's waiting on a mutex or something. On the condition variable. Okay, that's serious. Yeah, I get it now. So upon the destruction of some tiny WL output, which calls cancel events, it tries to cancel the event by calling this lambda, which is calling. Yeah, it's like the last thing it should be calling. Regular event. What? Why did we get there? It does not make any sense whatsoever. So it's a deadlock, probably. This must be locking a mutex, and then this is waiting for the mutex. How the hell do I get in frame 13? Add event handle cancel. Wait, this is already in retro event. Is it? What is that? Event handle cancel. So some lambda was added that calls retro event. Feels more like a memory corruption. Cannot imagine I would add an retro event in the lambda of a cancel. Let's try to run this thing in Valgrind. No, that's quick. And that was in the stupid NVIDIA. Oh, well, still. That's pretty serious. This function, you could be kidding me. Constructor of the TinyWL server tries to create Wayland socket, multi-backend start. Emit something, does a callback. Trigger, handle. Maybe this is the one. Yeah, the bloody thing is not initialized. Okay, yeah, lib in video and then nothing. That's good. And now we press Alt-ESC and it hangs without complaining about uninitialized memory. No. Oh, it's in a lambda that was defined in register event. That's why it's mentioning it. It's actually a lambda. So I didn't read that correctly. It says register event, and then if you continue reading, it says lambda. So there's a lambda inside, defined inside that register event. That's correct. And that then calls cancel, okay? Which calls cancel, which calls wait, which hangs. Now the question is then which, probably is the same thread, but okay. It's hanging on some mutex. Frame 0, list. It's super clear, up. Still no mutex inside. There's something that looks like a mutex, but not really. Still not really. Still not really. Still not really. Actually, there's a mutex here. The mutex is called mutex, and it looks like this. And can we print more about that? And it is no owner. Oh, that's serious. It's not locked then. It does not look locked at all. So we're not hanging on this one then. What are we hanging on? The condition, something like that. Something else. Still a wait. Condition wait. Wait look. Well, look should be locked. Nope. I guess the condition is just not true. So we are waiting for a notify. Okay, what is the condition variable? Yeah, okay. Condition not equal. So we want the handle count to be decremented. Then it becomes equal to minus the cancel marker. When is this being decremented? Gonna guess this one. Stop handling. So this must be called. So this must be called. This is now at this point this would be called. Then we subtract 1. And then it becomes equal to, it's not equal to 1 minus that. That would be the last. Oh, wait a minute. If we subtract it, but the current value is equal to 1 minus that, yeah. So this returns the previous value. So it becomes equal to that, and therefore the return value is equal to 1 minus that. So then we call notify, and then it would continue. So we're waiting for something to calling stop handling. Which would happen there, I guess. done from trigger. Maybe we are inside trigger already. So there must be a thread that is maybe waiting for this lock or inside this handle. That would be a recursive call. So if the handle requires this to be called, then yeah, we have a deadlock. I think we only have one thread anyway. So I think that the current thread is inside this handle and then wants this to be called by another thread, which of course is not going to happen. I'm slightly confused here. Let me see. Stop handling request. No, I want to do here. So info threads. There's only one thread here. And this thing is inside. No, I've got. What was it called? Trigger. Of course, it is inside trigger. Trigger. Maybe there's another trigger. Nope. Event server. Events output for. Destroy. Okay, output destroy is being called. That is happening rather, which means that it is triggered, and then we call handle from here while we have this. Yeah, so you can't cancel it from inside the handle. Is that a thing? Handle calls operator that. Invoke, bind, invoke, output destroy. So the event call back causes this to be called, and that wants to be that wants to do loads of things like bringing down the whole application, all while that mutex is being logged. Yeah, that's just no. You shouldn't do that. You can't just go delete stuff from output destroy. I think that is the problem. So this should mark that we want to be destroyed and then just return. And then we should get destroyed from a more sensible point. And some in the idle loop or something. Yeah. This should be not allowed. Okay, quit, yes, grab sources. Why so much? I think this is the one. Delete this, fix me, that's what I mean. You cannot do that. Output destroy. So what we really want is that this object is being deleted, but not right now. Where is this object stored? I think I have a vector or something that stores all the objects. I think they're stored in the scene actually. Can't just go delete it. Can you? Okay, it removes itself from some list. It's a bit dirty, or that's a C code-ish. How do I normally do that? If I have something happens which wants to do something, but it can't do it itself. I kind of wrote my task library for that. If this was a task, then it would just say to another task, do this. And my tasks never ever block. So it would not be the problem of the current task anymore, and it would just continue running and return from the function and unlock the mutex. At which point the task that was told to do that can actually do what it had to do. But yeah, at the same time I want to get rid of all the WL lists. If we can help it. Keyboards, outputs. Keyboards, outputs. Outputs. Keyboards. It's almost nothing. New keyboard. New input, but okay, that's just a keyboard. Insert output, and around. So we just have a list of keyboards and outputs, which are added and removed. And I must make that async instead of synchronous. Initialized, inserted, checked if it is empty. That's it. We never remove a keyboard. Why? Oh, those things remove itself. Okay, so you can't look for keyboard. You have to look for just list remove. And then something that has to do with keyboard. There's an output. So here, this is the removal of a keyboard. Why am I so sleepy? I don't want to be sleepy now. Still slightly weird. It is slightly weird that it is doing this recursively with one thread. Trying to cancel. All right, I'm trying to cancel all callbacks of, well, actually an output. So that would be this one. And one of those is destroy. So the problem is we have this object, output destroy is being called as an event. That immediately deletes the current object, which tries to cancel the event that we are handling at that moment. And then we get a deadlock. You cannot remove an event that is being handled. So I could theoretically solve this by not removing the output destroy handling from the cancel events. But do that. Yeah, can't really do that. If the thing is destructed anyway, who cares, you know? Maybe just not do it at all. Yeah, that would be dirty. Clean would be that this I would still want to stop all callbacks if you ask me. Dang. It's not even this one, right? Which I just added. The problem is this one. try to comment that out, see if that is indeed the case. Yeah, now it's complaining about that I didn't call cancel. There's another way to test this. Yeah, we do that, I run into the assert again. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think I can solve that yet. I need my tasks library for this, and that is a really big change. So let's postpone this deadlock for a while. That's actually correct. Okay. What to do next? I think I should start on the way arc itself. As in, we have a way arc here. It just contains nothing. So this now more or less works. The C++ version of this thing. Can just call we have this deadlock, but at least I know what it is. You can just call this with some command console, and then I mean console, and then that opens a window here, inside of which we have a console, which you can even resize and stuff, and obviously use. It's just a Wayland client. This window is an X11 window, but it is our output. So in the end, we are going to have 3 outputs, I think, 1 for each monitor. You can only see one monitor, part of it. But well, a monitor is an output, or maybe all 3 monitors at once is one output. I don't know. We'll see. I doubt it though. Yeah, this thing is doing the same as the C version. So success, I would say, C++. And then we go to this one, which is going to be the real C++ thing. Absolutely contains nothing. Okay, so I have to look at the tiny Wayland compositor for inspiration. And this thing begins with wlr init. Well, I don't want to use their logging. I want to use my own logging. So we have to look into how we can do that, and I'm sure it is possible. And they have a callback, and if that is set, then it is stored here. The default log callback is log standard error, which has this signature. So you can pass a function that takes this signature, I guess. And this thing is defined in wlroots. But yeah, let's not change wlroots too much. So I'll have to replace this function. It's using fprintf to print the args. Where's my args? Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely can't use this. For example, I am going to use multiple threads, I think. And this is not thread safe. So then you would get garbled output. Wouldn't mix very nice with the output that I will produce with my debug library, which is thread safe. What's with the color? Escape, it's just NC color termination. But where's the start? Maybe here. Call it end is TDY, then use verbosity color. So you get a different color for each verbosity level. I see. Verbosity colors, verbosity headers. Oh, they don't print error info in debug. They just print it in red if it is an error and whatever this color is. Okay, let's copy it. Maybe I should do an indentation at this point, even before doing stuff like this. I think it must be an extern C thingy. What do you pass anyway? Or what do you think? Is that not required? Yeah, we don't have an init start time. Just not do anything with time. This is also time. Of course, there's no colored. Static colored is true. Basically, it's just always true, right? Nobody changes it. It's defined in .c file as a static. Why is it not const? Scary shit. Yeah, we don't have the verbosity colors. I don't really want them, but let's copy them for now. Nothing. Error info debug. Compiled. Well, I should be able to run it as well. And no colors. Well, that's actually my debug up there. Where's that? It looks like we don't have any output at all now. Just output from libcwd. Let's turn the events off because there are so many of them. How does that work? Set grep. WD. Is this being used? But. Yeah, so no debug output basically from wlroots. Complete failure. Why the hell would that not work? Why? How? Possible. Now we have output. But, then why? Why is verbosity larger than log importance? There's like no way that verbosity is at the moment equal this. So verbosity is currently wlr debug, which is 3, which is larger than 1. Yes. So weird. Should be doing this. This is what we call the debug. Is debug less than the last one? Yes, of course. Then set log importance to verbosity, which would be the debug one. So log importance is changed. Okay, I should not redefine this thing. But then we have to be able to actually access it. And I don't think we can do that. Well, from a header, not from here. Return. There it is. Get verbosity. Yeah, So this is really the debug. Yes. So I'm going to redirect the output of wlroots logging to libcwd, which means we have to rename this thing. I want to know if it is working if I just don't do this. Apparently that is working. Yeah, well, you can't test the standard error here because we are writing to an internal O stream with libcwd, so it's really not interesting. Check this. So I'm not even sure I want the colors to be printed, but okay, let's continue doing the colors. And I'm also not sure we want a time, but well, if I want a timestamp, then maybe I should just add it to libcwd. So I have them on every message, not just these. Otherwise, it kind of would be silly to have them only for the WL roots. We don't need to use these anymore. And I suppose that all the other channels, well, actually everything, even though I use the color now, should be written to a new debug channel, which is just called wlroots, I guess. Think about maybe moving this to a separate file. I don't clutter. Why am I editing tiny w? Really? Why? Yeah, I didn't really want to do that. Yeah, it's easier for testing, I guess. Okay, let's definitely move it to a separate file then, so I can also link it in wlroots. So we have this, let's add what namespace am I using actually? If anything, nothing yet. No, for debugging stuff, let's just do debug. Can of course be put outside the externcy here, because this does support including from a C++ compiler or source file. Maybe I should use the C header. I think if you officially, if you include a C++ C header, like C standard arc, no .h, then it kind of should be put in namespace std. So then we would have std via list. And that then would maybe give troubles, I'm not sure. Because I'm passing this as a function pointer to a C library, so I want to have I want to do everything with C, and I definitely have the same signature as it expects, which would not be std via list but just via list. So I want to include .h, and then it's really just C. So I'm putting it here to make clear that this is boo C code, yeah. And then we have this. But it's still not finished. Actually, now it's inside namespace debug. That is bleh. I can't do that. Let's make this one static. That's forward declared. Right, then I need a function that just does all the initialization. So debug init sounds about right. That's then gonna do this. So I'm gonna call here debug. Well, it's pure debug stuff, right? Debug init. No, I'm afraid that namespace debug is by default debug, so it is probably just debug, yeah. And that can vary, but maybe I should use the same namespace, right? But then it's already defined init. So this one would also be defined because namespace debug equals debug. So maybe I should name it, pick another namespace. Ba-dum. Yeah, I hate it that you can't do that. I mean, I want to use init, and then I can't do that because of a name collision, which should be avoided by using namespaces in the first place. I guess the solution is to change the namespace debug for this project, so it is no longer equal to debug. And then I can stubbornly use debug for this project. Yes, that is the correct solution, obviously. So how do I change namespace debug? I think I have to change that before including, well, anything. So maybe just set it in sys.h. which is included before everything. Just go away. sys.h. Hopefully there's some documentation here. Debug. Not defined namespace debug. Yeah, and this happens in debug.h. So you have to set it simply before including anything. Might as well do it here. Okay, how shall we call our debugging CWDS debug? So it was debug, and I'm gonna call it CWDS. Debug CWDS. It's basically where, well, which is using that namespace. And then I go back here, and then I have to, I can use debug here. And this must be moved then to here. Yes, I think that's it. And of course we need to have a header now that defines this thing which is being called from the outside. So this is a pragma cons space debug. Doesn't want to do it. Well, I want to edit this. The debugging code must be called at the very start of main. Let me do. That is, now we can do that here as well. But yeah, because it's debugging code, I should put it in between debug, right? Which means that it is not there unless it is debug mode. Compiled in debug mode. And this is defined in logging, not in debug anymore. But on the other hand, maybe I should add that to debug.h or not. Nah. Now think about it. Theoretically, you might want logging without debug, but logging doesn't sound like debug output. Yes, you could remove the whole logging and then move it into debug.h. Yeah, I mean, if I do this, this is not there at all anymore, if we are not in debug mode. So clearly the logging there is no logging, there is just debug output. Yep, this whole thing should not be there. Let's just put it in the debug. So logging should be removed, and we have to put it in debug, and we have a project debug.h. No, we don't, apparently. Yeah, I do. Did it already? What? I want to open this. vi dot dot slash debug dot h. And now I get it. Oh, here is namespace debugger being set. Okay, so we do make this cwds. cwds. Guess it makes sense to do that in debug.h instead of in sys.h. And I want to put the logging stuff in there, so not here, but here, and then use my own debugging namespace. Serving or using? Claiming. Bah, whatever. Interesting. There is a bug. In utils. Serious bug. What is going on? Or did it just not recompile this? Nope, it's not there. Strange. It is correctly using namespace debug start. which is named debug, but we don't get here. Yeah, that's there. Namespace debug CWS. Yeah, I don't get it. It should be defined in that namespace. This one failed, right? Oh, that is in build here. And the output is wlroots, and we are linking with utils spill. And which one should be defining that? That was utils signals something. Signals. This one, which exists, I hope, yes, and has the following symbols. Undefined debug CWS threads created. Okay. Yeah, but that's not where it should be defined, of course. It should be defined here. No, here. But it's the same file. So we're linking with CWS, or do we not? Yes, and then the debug XX thing, then that would be this one. And then -c that thing, grab thread created, and as expected, it is debug to the namespace. So this thing is just wrong. Was it recompiled? That is the question now. So we're going to remove this file and then recompile it. Is it recompiled? Well, if it now exists, then it is pretty much recompiled. Can we find where it did get recompiled? Output. There it was recompiled. I guess that's still in. It's linking and then fail. Okay, yep. No. Okay. Pretty much, I think. That recompiles it. And just to be sure, use paste copy grep. Totally debug. This thing is compiling this. What is the namespace here? Namespace. No namespace. This is the namespace. Namespace debug start. Yeah. Yeah. True that. No, not true. CWDS should be compiled including the project debug.h, I think, shouldn't it? Actually, it probably doesn't. Oh. So at the moment that this thing is compiled, and we did not include debug.h from the root of the project, we are including debug.h with double quotes, which just includes CWDS debug.h, which is normally what you should do, but yeah, that doesn't really work together with changing the debug namespace, of course. Meaning that it's actually in the right spot, I think. This should be compiled with the CWDS debug.h, which has this namespace defined as debug, which means that it should be debugged. So instead of changing this is correct. What is wrong is the fact that we try to find it in that namespace, which means that at the moment he compiles signals.cxx, which is in utils, it should be using debug namespace, because that's what's defined in CWDS debug.h. In this case, we'll just use this, which is hard-coded debug. So if we go to warg utils grep, well, just grep namespace debug. Yeah, that's not wait. that one. Is that the only one? It's like literally the only thing, right? Well, the rest is, I think, examples or .cxx files. Only .inits. Only colon inits, I mean. And this is CWDS. Might still be a bit dubious here, the dbco stream stuff. Yeah, I think these are in line, so you can just move them around from one namespace to the other. This is all comment. This is again whatever, an init thing. Comments. So there's exactly one line here where things go wrong. Could still collide then with something in a user's namespace called debug. Apparently not controlling the name. Yeah. Then this must also be changed, of course. At least for the external stuff. I'm afraid I have to make it a configuration then. Can't just define it in the header of the project, apparently. So I want to change it, and it is a configuration of the CWDS project submodule. Yeah. does not have any options. Difficult. Yeah, okay. That goes under. There's no options here. Options. Which is basically under find package dependencies. And there's only one file to edit. define, what the hell is that? This is define, but can I define it to some arbitrary value? Hopefully. Good question. I do something interesting and then before I know it, I'm just doing shitty stuff again. Well, friends, maybe. Always welcome to hang out. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm streaming and then I'm doing something that is probably not interesting. At the very least, this is not related to C++ directly. And then I could say, oh, I'm going to stop the stream. But instead I'm thinking, who cares? If you don't, people get bored, you should stop watching. Namespace config. Yep. Let's copy this. Hope that it works out. So let's call this one, so this is namespace debug, but different. No, not different. It's like literally namespace debug, right? Probably. So we created the config.h.in and something that converts it to config.h. But still need to add an option. So I was using the utils config.h to as an example, and that is using this, right? Just sets the value to 1. Does it? It was already 1. I guess it is not defined at all. Maybe it's being set to, it's being commented out or something. I don't understand the CMake define either. It's an invention of myself, by the way, but I have no idea where it comes from. So we'll just try to copy this. Let's say, okay, we can have a quick look again at the config. So this thing defines, let's say this one. Have boost file system. Otherwise debug global. This conversation on ISC is ridiculous. So there is someone who wrote many years ago, a decade or something, an IRC bot that you can give commands to compile C++. And it doesn't work anymore now because it bit rolled. It just got too old. And the maintainer says that he doesn't want to fix it anymore because he doesn't have time for that. Some guy was asking, does it still work, and are you going to fix it, and why doesn't it work? So the author is explaining that it stopped working when. Let's see. So he says, does Jordi still work? Not really. The problem isn't new C++ versions. The problem is that GCC switched to a multi-process compilation model. And Jordi was written at a time when compilation was single process. Adapting Jordi's compilation supervisor to multi-process GCC would be work that I don't have time for. And another remark. Basically, Jordi doesn't work with GCC versions less than more or less 3 years ago. More than 3 years ago. And then this person says, last question for now. Do you think the step towards multi-process, between quotes, GCC, was specifically made to disable development of tools like Jordi by unauthorized developers? Yeah, so the author didn't react immediately, so I said, before we get into that, do you think that we ever really went to the moon? And then this person said, yes, I think there are conspiracy theories and conspiracy facts. The moon landing seems credible to me. Anyhow, you already answered my question. Thank you. And then the author comes back with a completely different name than mine. And he says, it seems extremely unlikely to me that GCC's change to multiprocess had anything to do with intentionally hindering tools like Jordi. And then that weird guy says, and yet you ask about the moon landing. Ta-da! So the author says, no, I'm not Carlo Wood. And I agree that the moon landing seems credible. And then that person says, who is that? And then the author said correctly, the person who brought up the moon landing. If your IRC software is making it hard for you to see who is saying what, you should consider switching. I really have to add something here about conspiracy theories and deliberately making IRC messages hard to read. Wasn't it around the time of the Area 51? It's 52 or 51? 51, I think. Area 51 cover-up that they started to release IRC clients with difficult to read nicknames. Coincidence? Question mark. Some people. Totally. We just set it to something, and then that's what it is set to. So now we know we have to do something like this. I'm gonna do that before this. Oops. What? That. If something, then set. Namespace debug. To namespace debug, I don't know, string. Yeah, how does one pass? How does one pass a string as an option? I don't know. I'm just gonna ask Mr. Claude, for example. Right. What is the question? Problem is I wrote my own option macro actually. It's maybe not useful to ask this here. Yeah. Just have to figure it out. Usage example. Let's copy this. It seems all very Boolean oriented though. Option name, help string, default, help string. Oh, yeah. So the option name is this, and then there's the help string, and then we get the default. Well, the default is definitely just debug. Dependent list and default 2. Dependent list, a semicolon, separate a list of variables that all have to be true. The value to use when one or more of the variables in dependent list is not true. I really don't care at all. What the hell? They don't understand that I'm making a joke. He says, I do know if there ever was a time of the Area 51 cover-up. What? Why is it not printing that it is an option? Configuring way arc. See what it is. Oh yeah, this option. Namespace debug. The namespace to use for debug code is debug, but and then it leaves it empty. That's not good. This is what I wanted to see, but it's not propagated to the config file. That's the option, right? Let's first try to set an option. Options. There. So the input has been seen, but it's still debug. It's still default. What the hell is that? Is this what I just added? I think this is what I just added. Yeah. It's using default, meaning that it is not aware that anything is specified on the command line. But it is aware that it like prints it. Nothing is simple, ever. In namespace debug is that. Option namespace debug, it's like the same thing. Namespace user, totally about talking about that. Debug default. Why? Why? Somewhere is printing that is printing the bloody default. Yeah, default. Maybe this is being printed. Looks like it. So that would be because this is failing. Yeah, just talking about on or off. If option name string equal on or option name string equal off. Yeah, otherwise you set it to default. This is purely bit, but why? It is purely Boolean. So can't use this penalty. This is also bullshit. Correct. Now it is debug. Why? It's like no way, man. Right. Yeah, this is probably also comment out or define. So it's never going to use the string. No, we have to do maybe something like this. Namespace debug. Just guessing here. Yes. So that's what I want to see. And then if you do say we don't have that. No. Yeah, then it is commented out because you did not specify anything. Maya. This now should be defined globally for the project, not by the user. Okay, let's first make it work like this. So if we now are on make, then it still doesn't work. Oh, because I'm not including config.h. Duh. Okay, so now we can't find it, but that is because this. include directories. Is a top object there? Sounds a bit toppy. What the hell is that? Is it even defined? Okay, just got to work with this at the end. Nope. Suppose that's the one. Following rather before the ICE system of this thing, while compiling, nobody knows. Oh, here wlroots.cxx.o. Nope. It's already there. That's strange. Well, that, no. Huh? It's like configure didn't run again. I don't get it. But nope, just not there. Maybe it's just the same as we already had and therefore ignored. Let's try CWS. No, we should see it. Yeah, that seemed to work. Unknown type name, yeah, names like debug start was not defined. You have to define that as well, or we can just fix that in the debug here, debug.h. So if, what am I talking about? I'm completely, yep, that was the one. Debug start and end. So if not define debug, then we do that and that, but let's not do that. Let's instead do if not defined namespace debug start, and then define both. And now I'm going to use here namespace debug. It is not how it should work, but you actually, there was the way I did that before, that you have to specify this separately, is because they did not use you could not do a single namespace and then have two nested namespaces. But you can have now. You can do that now. So you can just define namespace debug to debug colon something. Then it would still work anyway. Interesting. Only one reference, so debug.init. Yeah, that's now. Oh, what? Okay. Totally correct. Wait a minute. No. Yes. There we are. Okay, so that's one thing, but it's not really an option actually. Who is including the subdirs if not here? Because I have to do my set before that, maybe before this. Yes, it worked. I think. Very good. You got one line of code further, I think. Sort of. So now we can do debug init without colliding. Haha. And that init is then defined in logging, which is completely unknown. Logging, good. We then initialize libcwc and calls wlroots log init. Yep. But this should only be called, I think, if we have. Well, it is. In a minute, this is an inside debug, so we are not calling this at all. If not in debug mode, and if in debug mode, then I want to use wlr debug. Much more hard coded. But I think the whole logging.cxx should not be included unless libcw, unless debugging is turned on. And I forgot, of course, how to do that. But something like not adding it here. I might as well add it there. I don't know. So let's start here. Not adding it here. And then add it if option something debug something. Then how do end ifs work in CMake? End if, yeah. And then add yeah, logging .cxx. But how? I forgot that. Completely forgot that. Maybe I did it too. Maybe I did it here. It's kind of unlikely in the root of the project. Let's go to source. No if. Because this is what I should check. So no libcwd, then I can't use it to write debug output. But how to add extra source code? I don't know. Oh well, it should. I'm like, what is it? File to see make dark. Just repeat target sources, no add or anything. No, you say so. Yeah, and then I just have to do that here too. There's no way around it. Well, that didn't work. Target sources. No, okay. Everything works. Unbelievable. Okay, now it's time to actually write this stuff, not to standard error, but to libcwd. Oh yeah, that means that I need a separate debug channel. This is .cxx, so here it is declared and nobody knows how. Start something, debug channel. No color, damn it. It's not this one. No. How about debug channel? Start. Okay, I give up. I guess just this one. What did you do? Yeah, no. No. V format. Okay, we have a keyword, fmg vprint. What do you mean O-stream support? Everything is running to a standard string. Yeah, so this thing is using that. That ain't working. I'm really looking for something that's using printf format, of course. How the hell can it call this efficient? Allocating memory, making a copy, deleting it again. Yeah. Horrible. It's like the worst possible answer, right? Allocate, delete, copy. It does exactly what I said that it shouldn't do. And this one. To write an auto and physically where you can leverage zeros. Formatting. This function allows you to format the data. Now let's just look at the code. Okay, at least we have something on the stack here instead of an allocation. And then only allocating a buffer if that is not large enough. It doesn't switch models. Something tells me they detected that I have pasted the same thing. Why is there no debug object here? What the hell, man? This probably just do this one. This code is really old, like 25 years old. libcwd. It starts to be slightly irritating. If I would live longer, then I would definitely rewrite it. But now I feel like, yeah, I don't have time for that. Like, literally. As long as it works, you know. That is a pretty big mess, isn't it? It's really a big mess. Most of the mess is caused by the debug, the malloc debugging stuff. And I hardly ever use that these days, so could throw it out, rewrite it, and then that would take at least 2 years, I guess. So it's not worth it. So I think I can get access somehow to the debug object. Yeah, definitely. And then to the TS thing. TSD. Which is completely public, so we can get the love, access to the love thing. I forgot what it means. LAF, what can that be? What can it be? Yeah, so theoretically we have access to everything, I think. So the question is, can we append to this buffer here using can get the RD buff. Okay, so this thing is derived from string buff. I lost it. So it should have verbal functions then. Why didn't I not see those? Oopsie, continuous or prefix. Right to. Definitely does not look like the typical string buff. This is just running to the real OS. Yeah. What is this even? Oh, it's super small. I'm an idiot. Oh, I was confused with a stream buff. It's a stream buff. Yeah. No, still. Virtual functions, underflow, overflow. Why are those not implemented? No, yeah. Oh, they kicked me out? No, they didn't. What is this? Another one. No. You just pre-allocate, man. Yeah. Okay. It's time to go to bed. Yeah, I can write this. I can do all of this. But is it worth it? That is the question. Probably not. No, it's not worth it. It's just I can't stand it when it is not done. Maximum maximum fast. But it's so much work. I have done this, by the way, for my EVIO, event-driven I/O library, for reading and writing sockets. I put like years into making it super fast. No copies. No reallocations. But I really don't want to do that again just for typical output of the wlroots. No. I think the only really super efficient way here would be to have a printf implementation that just doesn't write to a buffer but uses stream buff IO. And I think that is very doable if, let's say, we only need a partial implementation. Which raises the question, what do we actually need? Is everything using wlrlog? Kind of looks like it. Well, that's what I search for, of course. Let's search for something that starts with this. And then removing these simple thingies. There's also something else. Error number. Look verbosity. Look importance. Init. Yeah, so nothing. Those are the only ones. WLR log and then possibly an error number string, I guess, after it. There's also a WLR log with a string error. Because these are the only two. Either ... or already a VA list. Not efficient. Not even close. Where are my defines? Here. Okay, so those are the only ones. And now I want to find all the thingies that I use. Present set. Seriously? What the hell is that? Oh. Why can I not insert a new line here like this? Never mind then. Comparing. Both. What the hell? Nothing. Why am I being sent there? Oh, that's all. What the hell? Okay, we have a PR. PRI I. Sure, percentage I must be supported. We have UX, D, and I. First time I see about this here. Percentage capital X. So uppercase hexadecimal. What? Okay. Percentage R. Mm-hmm. There's no percent Z here. What does that even mean? I'm just wasting time in my notes. I should just do an extra copy, I guess. Let's do an extra copy. No, maybe it was already. Yeah, alright. I want to see the define of this. Mm-hmm. No, it is a DC namespace, man. Die control. Dit is controls, dus. I'll never know. Wait. That's my thing. Wait a minute. What was I doing? This must be here. This is that. And then we end with that. Makes sense. Okay. And it works. And write to wlroots now with the same color and the same output. Yeah. Guess this will do. Okay. I want colors. Really? Probably doesn't. It fucking works. We have the colors. Right. Yeah, I can remove that, but of course then, well, that's included, right? Let you take care of it. That should totally take care of it. Yes. And that, good. Yay. Yeah. Always so slow, isn't it? So slow. Progress. Oh my god, I never look at the number of viewers I have. 13 viewers. That means that there's at least 10 bots. And I wasn't even doing anything interesting. I don't know. What are you people doing here? 13 views. Why? How? Well, I'm going to bed very soon, so I'll just play a game of chess, and then I go to bed. Maybe 2 games. We play e4 because I always play e4. If I play d4, I lose. Let's take this. This is called Sicilian. Still called Sicilian. Let's go there. Could go there, but then the bishop just goes here, and then the knight is stupid knight. Actually, I can't go here because of this fork here. Strange. Let's play this. I think it kind of belongs to that. So the idea is I put a bishop here so they can't push this pawn up, and then we walk with this pawn over here and exchange and open get an open file for the rook. But first we'll castle, of course. It's necessary, you know. If we put the bishop here and he takes it, that is still a problem now. I mean, if he takes it and take back with the queen, then the rook must be here to still defend the knight. If now I go here and he takes my knight, then, well, I would have to take this bishop here. And then we both have a piece. But what happens? Well, he could just take my bishop a check. Okay, take back as an exchange. And then he takes my bishop. Wait a minute. Why is suddenly everything different than what I'm used to? Of course I can play this bishop, but it looks like I can't. I go here and takes my knight, then what? Then I should take here. And then he takes my other bishop with check. I have to take back, and then he takes my bishop, and I'm piece down. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take here because what the rook. Okay, let's put a king here as well, because there's a little joke now. If now the queen comes here, which often is the case, then I have knight goes there with attack on the queen. And if he takes my queen, it's no check. Therefore I have a check here in between. And I win a pawn. But yeah, the queen just goes back, of course. And I don't play this. But it seems that he is planning to do this. Just going away there, defending this pawn. Check wouldn't even work now because king could also go here, attacking the knight. Plus, even worse, you would say, if now I go here, I don't get the chance to exchange this bishop because the bishop can go there. But that's not even the reason I go here. It's not because I want to exchange the bishop. I just want to block this pawn. See, he was planning to do this. I could still go here, take there. Nah, doesn't work. Let's say I take the bishop, he takes back. Then I go here, takes my queen, I take here, and I lose my queen because it's not check anymore. Is this guy attacking me or what? It's kind of scary, isn't it? With this bishop here. If he goes back, then the attack becomes suddenly very strong. I think I might be too slow, so I probably have to take here. Otherwise, black is going to kill me. And now we can attempt to do this, but then of course there's no blocked anymore, so we should just put the pawn here. Probably not going to do that, but hey. It's not going to do that. Okay, it's going to sacrifice here or something. That could be pretty nasty. I'm still super slow with my attack, am I not? Super slow. I'm kind of scared of this attack. Maybe I should just exchange queens anyway. Just go here now. Threaten, take the queen. Take queen, I take back. And then they take here, and I take there, and maybe equal. Or I can play this and go all in, right? Now I'm threatening to push this pawn. For real, and then create an open file and probably get mated. It's not super clear how, but I think taking the knight probably wins. I would have to take back with the pawn, right? I mean, can't take back with the queen. And then this becomes horribly weak. So the bishop here is already, wow, I'm dead. Well, I still need 1, 2, maybe 3 moves. Yeah, there you have it. Well, let's see how quick I die. Takes back with the rook. Okay, the rook could go here to attack that again, but then I just take the queen, exchange. Or the bishop can come here. That is like way, way nastier. That is horrible. How can I stop that from happening? We can't. It's impossible. Nope. We are dead. Oh wait, I'm not dead. I can play this. Now the bishop can't go here, and if he takes my bishop, then the next move he will resign. Sally Salter. Okay, she would resign. Because then I take the queen. It just pinned that rook. Hell, I could have put my king here and then threatened to take the rook. The rook could go here, but it would still be an exchange. And he could have given check, but I could have given check here. Okay, that would not have helped me very much going forward. Then he could go here though, because the queen would no longer be attacking my pawn. I think I'm kind of threatening to go forward now. Pretty much so, because if then the check happens, I just put my bishop in between. Cannot defend the rook, cannot move the rook. Well, can give the rook for the bishop. Oh, wait a minute, the rook could go here then, because my bishop is pinned. Yeah, so that would still just be an exchange. Exchanging the queens, then the rook comes here. I'm gonna have to win on time, I think. Okay, this person is thinking a little bit too long. I think okay, now it's threatened to take my bishop, so there's not much we can do there. Now I lose a pawn, which is very annoying. Let's open this file, because that was my my master plan. Attack of the bishop of the knight. I'm one move too late now, but maybe no. The knight is threatening to go here as well. Okay, then I have to do this. Otherwise it would be a fork on my rook. And now the rook is no longer there, so now I can give check all what they want. But I'm still a pawn down. And this attack is nothing, of course. Nothing. I think I'm totally lost. Sort of. Defends the knight. Push or... I feel like pushing. I think I push. There's 14 seconds on the clock. We're going to promote eventually, right? Okay, now let's put this on over here because I have no time left and give away my rook. Yeah, exactly. So stupid. But yeah, I really didn't have time left. Okay, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do something or not? Okay, that's annoying. Very, very annoying. Very, 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 very annoying. Oh, it's my turn. Did not see that. Let's attack this. And then actually I'll do this. Giving it away. Okay, and now let's attack that. That was my plan. But I'm totally losing ground. So horribly lost this. That doesn't work. Well, you can go here and then nothing. It just pushes it. Yeah, I thought so. No, that doesn't work either. Let's try here. I don't know. I could have check. I could have given check. I can do that in the next move, I bet. See, check. Attack the pawn. Oh, it should have gone here, of course. It was kind of stupid, I guess. Damn it. Yeah, I wanted to go there. Oh, exchange of the rooks. And then I resign. Even though my opponent did not want to exchange rooks. Interesting. 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 I'm getting a lot of pawns here. Nasty. And then here, and then no. Yeah, okay. No, it's dead. It's over. I'm gonna go in front of the pawn though. Let's pretend I'm having fun. Okay, I resign. Yeah, I resign. Oh, it didn't resign. Yeah, I always lose. Damn it. Now I go to bed, really. Just losing. More C++ tomorrow. Or CMA configuration. Probably, like today. Where's this button?